talk.
Are there any matters that we need to address before we bring the jury?
Nothing from the state.
Nothing from Mr. Haley, oh, yeah.
I'll let you guys bring it.
Jury's not in the court.
All right, y'all can see it. All right, we left off yesterday, first walk back this morning. Hope you all were able to rest. We're gonna go ahead and jump right. We left off with Vince ready with our next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, at this time, Demetrius Haley will call Don Cameron to the stand.
Stand right here in the circle, raise your right hand, be sworn by the judge.
Sir, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, I did.
All right, just have a seat, sir.
If you would state and spell your name for the record, please.
My name's Don Stewart Cameron, DON START CAMERON.
And Mr. Cameron, would you tell the jury briefly your history in law enforcement?
I started with the Berkeley, California Police Department in 1966. I stayed with Berkeley until 1972. In 1972, I transferred to the Bay Area Rapid Transit District, San Francisco Bay Area Rapid Transit District Police Department. I worked there from 72 until 81. Became a full-time instructor for police officers and other enforcement personnel at that time. I had been teaching since 1968, but I decided to do it full-time. I stayed in that capacity for 52 years until I retired in 2020.
And where do you work now, Mr. Cameron?
I work for myself through Cameron Consulting.
And what does Cameron Consulting do?
It's a consulting firm for attorneys, law enforcement agencies, private individuals.
Consulting in what areas?
I consult in the area of police training, police tactics. I write policies and procedures. I analyze equipment for policing agents to see if they're going to use that particular equipment. I write reports regarding my recommendations.
You mentioned you write training policies. For whom?
For various police agencies in California mostly.
I'm sorry.
In California mostly.
Are you familiar with the acronym POST?
Yes, sir, I am.
Tell the jury what POST is.
POST is a commission for peace officer standards and training.
And what is its role in law enforcement?
POST basically sets standards. It regulates policing agencies. It makes training recommendations. It supplies instructors, supplies materials regarding police practices.
And to whom does it provide this?
To policing agencies.
Have you had a role with POST?
Yes, sir, I have.
And if you would describe that role?
I'm considered a subject matter expert for POST in the areas of training, weaponless defense, use of impact weapons, handling persons with disability, crowd control. So Post will bring together a group of subject matter experts and we'll either create new policies, we'll review current policies and make sure that they're up to date, or we'll check off a policy and say, yes, everything is correct in this policy. And then it goes to the Attorney General's office to have the Attorney General approve basically what we've written or what we've said was all right.
And is Post a national organization?
It's a national organization in the all policing agencies have some type of a Post regulatory commission. They're not all called Post, but most that I'm familiar with are called Post or commissions on peace officer standards and training.
Are you familiar with Tennessee's Post Commission?
Yes, sir.
How did you become familiar with that?
I did what they recommended to Tennessee.
Are they consistent with other Post Commission standards?
Yes, they're pretty much all the same. I'm sure there's some differences as far as local things, but most of them are the same because of federal law.
You mentioned you've been involved in training.
Yes, sir.
If you would tell the jury your involvement with training law enforcement.
I train officers in basically use of force, arrest control techniques, how to search people, how to handcuff people, how to disarm people, how to generally control people, how to take people to the ground, how to control them when they're on the ground, how to use their firearms, how to use their impact weapons. Anything basically that's physical that a law enforcement officer would do.
And for whom do you do that training?
Do it for agencies throughout California, Hawaii, Nevada, Arizona, Colorado, Idaho, New Jersey, New York, Royal Canadian Mounted Police.
Do you have any certificates regarding your teaching or training law enforcement?
Yes, sir. I have a basic, intermediate, and advanced post certificate. I have a supervisory post certificate. I have a vocational teaching credential. I have a bachelor's of science degree. I'm certified by the Federal Bureau of Investigation as a firearms instructor, a SWAT instructor, chemical agents instructor. I'm certified by California Post as a instructor trainer in weaponless defense, arrest control tactics, firearms, crowd control. I'm an regular instructor for basically the same areas, use of impact weapons, use of firearms, arrest tactics, handling persons with disabilities.
Have you previously testified in court?
Yes, sir, I have.
And have you previously been qualified as an expert to give opinion testimony regarding police standards, police training, and the proper use of force?
Yes, sir, I have.
Have you ever been denied by a judge the ability to testify as an expert in those areas?
No, sir, not in those areas.
Have you ever been denied by a court when you asked, or when counsel asked that you be allowed to give an opinion in a specific area?
Yes, in Michigan, I was asked to give opinions about a specific agency policy, and the judge said that the policy spoke for itself, so I didn't need to testify to that.
Have you ever been denied at any other time in the area of police training, police standards, and the proper use of force?
No, sir, I have none.
I'm approached.
Thank you.
You recognize that document? Mr.
Yes,
Henry?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It's my resume.
Uh, Have you been qualified to testify as an expert in federal courts?
Yes, sir, I have.
Have you been qualified to testify as an expert in these areas in state courts?
Yes, sir, I have.
You would list the you testify as an expert in.
Yes, I have. Arizona, Nevada, Idaho, Philadelphia, Alaska, Michigan. I think those are the ones I can remember.
And have you been qualified to give opinion testimony in federal courts?
Yes, sir, I have.
Have you been qualified to give opinion testimony in federal court for the Western District of Tennessee
Yes, sir, I have.
and other federal courts?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this point, I'd ask that his CV be marked as the next numbered exhibit.
Any objection?
We have no objection. We also have any objection with regard to Mr. Stingle's tenure in him as an expert.
So we'll show the 5-page resume marked as exhibit 40.
And at this point, Your Honor, I would tender Mr. Cameron as an expert qualified to give opinion testimony in the areas of police training, police standards, and the proper use of force.
So that is
Mr. Cameron, are you familiar with the Memphis Police Department policies and procedures?
Yes, sir, I am.
How?
I reviewed their policies and procedures. They're in accordance with their post-commission, which, like I mentioned, is pretty much parallel to all the other post-commissions or regulatory commissions for policing agencies throughout the United States.
Let me go back. What have I, as Demetrius Haley's lawyer, asked you to do with respect to this case?
Examine Officer Haley's training. Look at body cam footage. Read statements. Listen to audios of statements. Formulate opinions as to whether his actions were in accordance with the policies and procedures of the Memphis Police Department, if they were in accordance with the training he received, if they met reasonable standard of care for a police officer.
And have you formed those opinions?
Yes, sir, I have.
Are you familiar with Demetrius Haley's training to become a Memphis police officer?
Yes, I am.
How?
I went through his entire training file. I read most of the outlines of the training programs he went to. I watched a training video of pepper spray training that he went through.
Your Honor, at this point, I am going to play a clip from a video that has been shared with the state. Was that part of what you reviewed?
Yes, sir, it is.
And was that part of Mr. Haley's training at the Memphis Police Department Academy?
Yes, sir, it was.
What is the purpose of that training exercise?
It's to expose the officers to pepper spray and the effects of pepper sprays, and how it can affect police tasks. In a particular case, and shut the other eye so the pepper spray didn't go directly into his eyes. It more or less dropped down. After he was sprayed, he was given specific directions of things to do, whereas in a real environment, there'd be nobody telling you what to do. And you'd have both eyes affected as opposed to just one eye. And basically, that's the training that police officers go through. The type of training that they do, it's usually just the one eye. It's never the two eyes that I know of.
Standard post-approved training.
Yes, sir.
In preparing to form an opinion, I may have asked this, but I'm not sure. Tell the jury everything that you reviewed in order to form your opinion.
I reviewed state discovery. I reviewed body cam videos. I read statements. I listened to audios of statements. I reviewed the training records of Officer Haley. I reviewed the force continuum for Memphis Police Department. I reviewed the post standards. I think that's it in a nutshell.
Did you review any sworn testimony?
I did review sworn testimony of Officer Hamhill and Officer Martin.
In a pass to the witness was been marked as Exhibit 15, which is the Memphis Police Department use of force continuum. Is that part of what you reviewed to form your opinion?
Yes, sir, it is.
What, you set that aside. That's in case you need to refer to it as I ask questions. What type of traffic stop was this, Mr. Cameron?
It was a high risk stop.
Why was it high risk?
Mr. Nichols failed to yield to the officer's lights. He was traveling at a high rate of speed. He changed lanes without signaling. He ran through a red light, and basically he didn't stop, and then all of a sudden he stopped. And that's unusual when you're in a pursuit of someone, and that's a red flag. Why did all of a sudden the person decide to stop as opposed to continue to run?
When making a high-risk traffic stop, what is an officer's proper law enforcement objective?
To contact the violator, to control the violator, get the individual handcuffed, searched, and
Going to play a portion of Officer Hill's body-worn camera, and then ask you some questions.
Where it rains and Ross. Taser's deployed. Suspect is running down Ross. Young male, black, slim build, blue jeans, and a hoodie.
Mr. Cameron, would you describe Haley's conduct? The video is stopped at 20:26:47. That was Hemp Hill's body-worn camera played from the beginning. Would you describe, first of all, did you see Demetrius Haley in that clip?
Yes, sir, I did.
Would you describe his conduct in that clip and the use and his use of force in relationship to the Memphis Police Department's use of force continuum?
Certainly. When he first contacted Mr. Nichols, he was using verbal persuasion, or what's referred to sometimes as verbal judo. He used harsh language, which isn't prohibited. And usually if you're dealing with a situation where someone is a harsh individual, in other words, they've already fled from the officers, kind of emphasize things by sometimes using profanity. He went hands-on, which would be classified basically as soft hand techniques, pulled him out of the vehicle, placed him in the A-frame of the vehicle, which is trained to do by the Memphis Police Department to control the individual and prevent them from, or attempt to prevent them from running. He attempted to use control techniques to handcuff, search Mr. Nichols turned on him. At that point, they took him to the ground. They were still using controlling techniques to get him handcuffed. Mr. Nichols was not going for being handcuffed. Sometime in the process, Officer Haley used his pepper spray, and it appeared to have no effect on Mr. Nichols, but it got into Officer Haley's eyes, and I believe some of the other officers' eyes. Mr. Nichols refused to get on his stomach, though he said, I'm on my stomach, I'm on my stomach. All right, I'm doing it. He wasn't doing it. He then took off and ran.
You said you went hands-on and used soft hands to get him out of the car.
Yes, sir.
Why was that? Was that, in your opinion, proper at
Yes.
that time?
Yes, there was.
Why?
Well, number one, he failed to yield originally. The car hadn't been searched. Mr. Nichols hadn't been searched. You want to isolate him from his own vehicle, get him out of the vehicle, and get him controlled as quickly as you can.
Did anything significant occur that caused the officers to take Mr. Nichols to the ground?
Yes, sir, it did.
What was that?
Officer Martin said, paraphrase something to the effect of, he's got a hold of my gun or he's got my gun. And at that point, all bets are off. I mean, you take him to the ground as quickly as you can, and you try and control him as quickly as you can. Because you don't know whether he was trying to take the officer's gun or if he has a gun of his own, because again, he hasn't been searched.
How do you know Martin said something along the lines of let go my gun or he's touching my gun?
Statement that I read in testimony I read, Officer Hampill said that he heard it, and I believe Officer Martin said that he said it.
Haley used verbal judo at that stop.
Yes, sir.
What is verbal judo?
That's a method of attempting to solicit someone's cooperation verbally. So if you're not doing what I ask you to do, and for example, if I say, will you step over to the curb? And the person refuses to do that, I'll say, well, sir, is there anything I can say or do to have you step over to the curb? So I'm trying to basically negotiate with you. But if that works, that's fine. But if it doesn't work, then you have to escalate. And again, sometimes when you escalate to have someone do something, under certain circumstances, you'll use harsh language.
Profanity.
Profanity.
Vulgarity.
Yes, sir.
Verbal judo, soft hands.
Yes, sir.
Why was that appropriate?
Well, again, Mr. Nichols wasn't getting out of the car. When Officer Haley reached in to escort him from the car, he pulled away from him. Then at that point, you go hands-on. Get them out of the car, get them into a position where you can immediately search them and handcuff them, or handcuff them and search them, depending on which order you're going. And that's all trained techniques and all appropriate.
And then the pepper spray, the OC spray.
Yes, sir.
Why was that appropriate?
Well, actually, on the force continuum, pepper spray goes before hard hand techniques and sometimes soft hand techniques. So it was, according to their training, it was also appropriate in the situation to try and get him controlled, because the object is to get them controlled, to get them handcuffed. Obviously, the pepper spray didn't work on Mr. Nichols in this case, but it did work on the other officers.
While Mr. Nichols was on the ground, there were commands given.
Yes, sir.
How did Mr. Nichols react to the commands?
He said he was doing what they asked him to do, get on his stomach. But in fact, he was on his side, would not get on his stomach. And he kept saying, I'm on my stomach, I'm on my stomach. He wasn't on his stomach. He was up on his side, which means, again, he hadn't been searched. He can access a weapon along his waistband, and in front of the waistband where firearms are most often carried by suspects. Consequently, he had access to that. He had the ability to use his hands to strike at the officer. So the officers were telling him to do something or ordering him to do something, and he was saying he was doing it, but he wasn't. So he wasn't following the commands.
You said they in respect to the commands. Who was giving commands?
I believe all the officers, Officer Campbell, Officer Haley, and Officer Martin.
Is that ideal?
It's not necessarily ideal. What you'd like to do is have one officer give commands, but that's in a different circumstance. If I'm telling somebody to do something and I'm the officer that's going to handcuff the person, then I'll simply tell them to do it. In this situation where you have a fighting, resisting suspect, you wouldn't want another officer giving commands. In other words, I wouldn't want to say, lay on your stomach, and another officer say, no, lay on your back, and somebody else say, put your hands over your head, and somebody else say, put your hands behind your back. But in this case, all three officers were saying exactly the same thing. Get on your stomach, give up your hands, stop resisting, get on your stomach, give up your hands. If different officers were giving different commands, it could confuse the suspect, and that could be why he wasn't doing it. But in this case, all the officers were giving command.
In that clip, was Haley's use of force and conduct consistent with his training,
Yes, sir.
consistent with Memphis Police Department policy and procedure?
There was.
Going to continue for roughly 8 minutes.
Step down on rocks. Ready? Just start. All right. Where's your water? Okay, I got you. Here. Right. Negative 2938. Where are my damn glasses? back in? Yeah. Negative, we just saw him running down Ross. Yeah. How's that? Right eye. All right, ready? What? Right eye. That way. Now, like a camouflage jacket, like orange, green, red. Good as that far. When I forget, did you also read that I'm pulling my taser? That way. Thin male black, blue jeans, and a plaid jacket. You good right now? Can you at least open your eyes? You found it. Martin and all them are there chasing them. Shit, you sprayed me too, but Luckily, he didn't get my eyes just on my eyebrow. I hope they stop his ass. I hope they stop his ass. Spin calling for other cars. It's getting hard to chase. Sure. Stay right in the car. I got you.
In this clip, which ends at 20:34:44, what significant, to your opinion, about Haley's actions has occurred?
He's still debilitated by the pepper spray. And obviously he's trying to flush his eyes out with the water. He's trying to hold his eye open so that the air can get in there. And it's basically debilitated him. He took his vest off because it's easier. It doesn't inhibit you much from moving. So it's easier for him to be able to tip his head back and to use his hands and hold his eye open and have the other officer flush it out. And at one point he puts his vest back on and responds because he hears a call coming over the radio at Bear Creek and Castlegate, that the officers basically something to the effect that the suspect's still resisting or still fighting, and we need more officers. And that's one of the first things you're trained as a police officer is if another officer calls for help or calls for additional units, that if at all possible, you respond as quickly as you can.
Is that reaction good policing?
Responding, yes, sir.
Trained,
Yes, sir.
consistent with MPD policy?
Yes, sir, it is.
What, based on your review, what knowledge did Haley have when he arrived at Castlegate and Bear Creek?
Well, number one, he knew about the interaction they had on the traffic stop, that Mr. Nichols was resisting, didn't want to be handcuffed. He hadn't been searched. He ran from the officers. Pepper spray didn't appear to have any effect on him. He now knew from the radio transmission that Mr. Nichols had been contacted by other officers, that the other officers were having a difficult time taking him into custody, that they were calling for other officers. And again, by his training and the Memphis policies, he needed to respond to that location.
You mentioned earlier when Martin said, "Let go my gun," you said all bets are off.
Right.
Tell the jury what you meant by all bets are off.
In other words, when somebody goes for an officer's gun, it becomes a deadly situation. It's a deadly force. It's a deadly force situation where the officers may have to use deadly force if the suspect gets the officer's gun and/or if the suspect has his own gun. So it changes all bets. It's It's not routine. It's not going by the use of force continuum to the soft hands, to the hard hands, to the pepper spray. It immediately jumps to a deadly force situation.
In your review of this entire incident, was deadly force ever used by Demetrius Haley?
No, sir, it was not.
Gonna pass a document to do you recognize that, Mr. Cameron?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is that?
It's Mr. Nichols' left arm with one handcuff on it, and an officer attempting to get that hand under control, particularly because the handcuff is on the wrist, and the handcuff on the wrist basically becomes a weapon. If the individual is able to break free from the officer's grip, he can swing that very effectively and severely injure an officer.
Is that a picture you recognize as one of the scenes of the body-worn cameras you reviewed?
Yes, sir, it is.
That be marked to the next number exhibit?
State.
No objection.
The screenshot of Nichols' wrist, exhibit 41.
For the record, that is a screenshot from Officer Mills's body-worn camera, which has been shown, will be admitted into evidence, and the timestamp is 20:34. I believe it's 55 on the print, the second cut off. Based upon your review, Mr. Cameron, in relationship to Haley's arrival at Castlegate and Bear Creek, when was that handcuff put on the left wrist?
I believe it was put on the left wrist about a minute before Officer Haley arrived, if I'm not mistaken.
Whether it was a minute or not, before, during, or after Haley's arrival?
Before his arrival.
And did the existence of the handcuff on, we now know to be Mr. Nichols' left wrist, have any impact on your opinion of Haley's conduct at Castlegate and Bear Creek?
Yes, certainly. Mr. Nichols continuing to resist. Officer Haley can see that when he arrives on the scene, that the one wrist is handcuffed, but the other hand isn't handcuffed. And at that point, Mr. Nichols has his arm basically tucked underneath his body or locked into his body position. And it could be that he's simply resisting not being handcuffed or being handcuffed. But it's also consistent with someone reaching for the waistband. And like I mentioned before, Mr. Nichols had not been searched at that time. So they don't know whether he has a worst case scenario gun, less case scenario a knife in the waistband. So though you could say, yeah, he's resisting because he doesn't want to get handcuffed, but could he be not wanting to get handcuffed, and could he be wanting to access a weapon? And that's what an officer has to think.
Going to play a brief clip from the Skycop video. Start over. This is a clip from the Skycop video at Castlegate and Bear Creek. I think it's officially titled 6727 Castlegate. This clip begins at 20:36:02. And that clip ends at 20:36:30. Mr. Cameron, was that clip a portion of the Skycop video you reviewed in connection with your work in this case?
Yes, sir, it is.
And in that clip, did you see Mr. Haley arrive?
Yes, sir, I did.
Would you describe his conduct in that clip to the jury?
Well, he arrives at the scene. You can see that Mr. Nichols is not controlled. There's a handcuff on one wrist. Like I mentioned before, the arm is tucked under the body. Officer Haley comes up, makes a quick assessment of what's occurring. He takes the time to look to see where he's going to apply the kick. He applies the kick to the upper arm muscle area, which they're trained to do because basically it causes the arm to relax or come up behind the back, or where the officers want the arm to be, which is in a handcuffing position. So he takes the time basically to aim and to kick the area that he wants to kick. And that's in association with the training he received at Memphis Police Department, to use a hard hand technique and use it to an area that will have the individual relax that area or react to the kick and be able to be handcuffed.
Trained technique,
Yes, sir.
hard hands technique according to the Memphis Police Department policy and procedure,
Yes, sir.
authorized.
Yes, sir.
On that clip, how many kicks did we see?
From Officer Haley, just one.
How many kicks in total?
Two.
Okay. And which one was Haley's?
Haley's was the first.
What happened after the kick?
Mr. Nichols was able to be handcuffed
How quickly?
almost immediately.
And I'm going to play this clip one more time and stop it at Mr. Haley's kick so that we can get the timestamp into the record. Tell me if I've stopped it at the correct time. Did Mr. Haley just kick?
Yes, sir, he did.
And the timestamp is 20:36:19.
Yes, sir.
Going to play one more brief clip. Start over and put the timestamp on. This is from Officer Blake's body worn cam, which has been played. This is a clip which begins at 20:36:37. And it ends at 20:36:47. Mr. Cameron, is that a clip from some of the videos you reviewed in connection with coming up with your opinion?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what is significant in that clip?
Officer Haley's following his training and his policy and procedures from the police department, and that he's calling for medical aid or an ambulance, giving the brief information that he had that the individual had been pepper sprayed, the individual had been tasered.
I might have a moment with my client, Your Honor. Was there? All right, Mr. Cameron.
I didn't get to ask questions of the use of force people yesterday, so this will be my first time, okay?
All right,
We just met each other for a second out there.
just a second, we did.
But I think maybe we have the same marker.
Yes, we
I
do.
think I cut the same place.
Yes.
I am gonna ask questions about the case, but let me start more generally, okay?
Certainly.
With your role here, okay?
All right.
You've been in law enforcement for many years,
Yes, sir, I was.
with extensive training, and you've lectured and you trained.
Yes, sir.
And you have reviewed materials, some of which has been evidence before the jury, but other which has not been evidence before the jury, is that right?
I would assume so.
And you've been asked to come here and render your sort of opinion on some things. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
right? You're not here though to tell us what the law is, correct?
Oh, no, not at all.
The jury gets their law from somewhere else, correct?
Yes, they did.
And you're not here to tell the jury what the facts are either, are you?
No.
The jury has to make their own determination on the facts, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're not here to tell the jury that they must accept your opinion. right?
Oh, no, not at all.
They are free to accept it or to reject it or somewhere in between or whatever it is.
Yes, sir, they are.
You, like the other use of force experts yesterday, are just here to offer your opinion.
Yes, sir.
Based on some evidence that we've seen and some haven't, and consistent with your training and your experience.
Yes, sir.
And for preparing for this, you reviewed a lot of materials, videos, and things like that with regard to this case.
Yeah, a lot of
Is
material.
that correct? Would you agree with me that there's limitations to your opinions?
I missed that?
Yeah, well, let me rephrase. Would you agree that there are limitations to your opinions?
I have the opinion. I guess I wasn't there, no,
Correct,
sir.
right? So you didn't witness these things personally? correct?
Oh, no, I did not.
And in fact, just to couple examples of what I'm talking about. You have to base your opinion on stuff that you have read, right?
Yes, sir.
Stuff that you don't know if it's true or not.
That's correct.
So let's take just for instance, and let me just say, these right here, not trick questions. These defendants are not even charged with anything having to do with the traffic stop.
All right.
Okay, so this is more about the basis of your opinions right now.
All right.
Okay. So for instance, when you testified that Tyre had grabbed or attempted to grab or put his hand on Officer Martin's gun, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you see that?
Oh, no, sir.
In fact, you're basing that opinion on something that Martin said, correct?
Yes, sir. And Hemphill. And Hemphill as well.
Yeah, you're basing your opinion on something that Martin and Hemphill said, correct?
Yes, sir.
Something that Martin said at the time of the traffic stop,
Yes, sir.
but you don't know if that's true or not.
No, I don't.
In fact, are you aware that he made a later comment to Hemphill that caused Hemphill to have questions if that was true at all?
All right.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So when you say Tyre put his hand on Martin's gun, you mean if we take Martin's word for it in the video?
Correct.
But we have reason not to take his word for it.
I would guess so, yeah.
And when you say, and I don't know if you actually testified to this, I've read your report too. For instance, and this may be different between Tennessee and California, so the substance of the law I'm not interested in, but that Tyre was driving recklessly.
Yes, sir.
Do you mean that Officer Martin reported that Tyre was speeding?
Yes, sir.
Do you mean that Officer Martin and Officer Hemphill reported that he had changed lanes once or twice without signaling?
Yes, sir.
Do you also mean that he was driving in opposite lanes of traffic and all that stuff that Officer Martin made up later?
Well, it's part of the equation of what the officer said.
So you're basing that also on Martin's statement that he was driving in opposite lanes of traffic?
Yes, sir.
Objection, Judge, there's no testimony about Martin making stuff up later. Has to decide the record.
There's body cam footage of Officer Martin speaking with these defendants after the fact, making the statements.
Maybe objective in a clearer fashion. The first question you asked indicated that he made a statement and then later recanted that statement or said it was untrue. Nowhere on the body worn camera is him Martin say, hey, I said earlier such and such, but that was untrue. So it assumes facts, not an evidence.
There hasn't been any proof presented that the statements were false or that he was acknowledging that they were false to sustain the objection.
Were you aware that Officer Hemphill did not see Tyre Nichols go into oncoming traffic or anything like that?
Am I aware of that?
Yeah.
No, sir.
So you were not aware of his testimony with regard to that?
I'm sorry.
You're not aware of his testimony with regard to that?
No, sir.
That would be another example of limitations on your testimony, correct?
Yes, sir.
I want to play for you what we're here for, the public camera footage of Castlegate. We could play for the record synced with Dean's body cam. You pay attention here. You stop it there. Did you see that kick?
I did.
Would you characterize that as excessive?
It doesn't seem to be used to accomplish a particular goal,
Excuse me?
so it's unnecessary.
Is unnecessary.
That's right.
Appear to be a kick to the head or the neck.
Right.
A kick like that to the head and neck could be considered deadly force, is that correct?
It could be.
And it's, my word was excessive, yours was unnecessary, is that right?
Right.
Okay, so you'd agree that was unnecessary force?
It appears to be, yes, sir.
Would you agree that any officers that would have seen that kick would have a duty to intervene if they could?
If they saw the kick, they could stop it, yes, sir.
If they saw the kick, they'd have a duty to intervene, correct?
Yes, sir.
Continue playing.
Get your hand! Get in your hand! Turn it around! Lay flat! Lay flat! Lay flat!
Did you see that kick?
I did.
Would you agree that that was excessive?
Excessive and necessary, yes, sir.
Excessive, unnecessary. Would you agree that any officers that saw that kick would have a duty to intervene?
Yes, sir, they should.
And how would you describe Tyre Nichols and what he's doing while he's being kicked there?
Pierce is reacting to being kicked.
He's what?
He's reacting to being kicked.
Reacting to being kicked.
Yes.
And I mean, that's natural, right?
Yes, sir.
Would you describe that as resisting?
Well, you're seeing the kick and you're seeing, hearing his reaction to it, but you don't know really, I mean, I can't see really what he's doing with his hands, whether he's trying to get his hands away from the officers or he's struggling not to be handcuffed. So
You see the first kick and he sort of collapses a little bit to the ground, right?
it appears to.
Would you consider that resisting?
Pardon me?
Would you consider that resisting?
Falling to the ground?
Correct.
No, it's part of the reaction to,
To being kicked?
yes.
Correct. Second kick, did you see him resisting?
Well, again, he's still not handcuffed, but you can't really see what he's doing because the officers are in the way.
Yeah. And this is where survive.
To prevent from being kicked, yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, don't you train your officers that? I know you didn't train these officers. I'm not
That's
saying
right. I
that.
did that.
You understand what I'm saying? I'm not trying to say you train these officers. But don't you train your officers that one of the terrible dangers of using excessive force like this is poor man has a right to defend himself and to try to survive, doesn't he?
Yes, sir.
Continue to play. You stop it. Here, what's Tyre Nichols doing?
Well, again, it's difficult to see. You can hear that he's reacting, and I don't know whether it's in pain or from being frightened. Can't see whether he's handcuffed. Obviously, he wasn't at that time because we know he wasn't handcuffed later.
Either one of those reactions, being in pain or being frightened, would be natural and expected, right?
Sure.
To us watching the video now, or to anybody that saw that first or second kick, right?
I missed.
The fact that Tyre was reacting either in pain or in fear
Right, I agree.
is very natural,
Yes, sir.
and it would be expected by anybody watching this video.
I would think so, yeah.
You would think so.
Sure.
Or anybody that was there and saw those two kicks.
Right.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
At this point when he's laying on the ground, do you know whether or not he has suffered a traumatic brain injury?
I have no idea.
But you do know about use of force when it concerns people with disabilities, right?
Yes, sir.
And you do know that people with traumatic brain injuries may have problems responding to commands, don't you?
I'm not an expert on that field, but I would assume so.
Continue to play. This stuff here. What do we see Tyre Nichols do here?
He appears to roll to a seated position.
He appears to now be in some sort of seated position, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell how he got there?
I don't know whether the officers put him there or he put himself there.
It's difficult to say, right?
Right.
It's difficult to say whether or not he has come to the seated position himself or if he's been pulled to the seated position, correct?
Correct.
And would you agree with me at this point in the video, it's a fair assessment that Mr. Nichols could just be trying to survive, right?
He could be, yes, sir.
Given the unnecessary and excessive force.
All right.
Would you agree with me that if he can get away, he should get away?
Well, I think he should submit to the arrest and put his hands behind his back. But yeah, if he wants to get away from it.
Submit to the arrest.
Right.
Stay on the ground and be kicked how many more times?
I'll stay on the ground and be
Yeah,
handcuffed.
it calls for speculation, and he's testifying way beyond the scope of what this particular expert has studied at this time. I mean, he's showing premised testimony based off things that the expert has already said. I can't really see, I can't tell, etc. And he's trying to create a narrative for this expert that's well beyond a cross-examination.
The witness has
It
been
calls for speculation.
The witness has been tendered as an expert, allow the state to ask some questions based off of his opinion and expertise.
You know how many more times he kicked in the head here?
No, I don't.
No situation, isn't he? Mr. Nichols?
I don't follow the question.
If he complies, if he's able to, we don't know how many more times he's going to be kicked in the head.
I have no idea.
If he doesn't comply, more and more force is going to be used upon him. He is damned if he does, and he's damned if he doesn't.
Your Honor, I would object to the testifying of Mr. Haggard and ask the same question to Strickland.
I'll just say that objection. As far as the question, we'll strike that question.
You see the danger of him complying, don't you?
Normally, when someone complies, then the officers stop using arrest tactics.
Exactly. But Officer Martin doesn't, does he?
He uses baton, yes, sir.
Officer Mills uses the
Oh,
baton.
I'm sorry.
Officer Martin is the one that kicks him.
Oh, okay.
So this isn't normal, is it?
Continually kick someone? No, sir.
We'll keep on talking. Stop here. Are you aware that Officer Mills testified that those strikes were unnecessary and were out of anger?
I don't remember the anger part. I don't remember his exact statement now.
Are your officers trained to react out of anger?
No, sir. I
Are
mean, you
they-
may be angry, but you don't react to it.
Are they trained to inflict punishment?
No, sir, not at all.
Those strikes were out of anger and to inflict punishment. Were they unnecessary and excessive?
Yes, sir, they were.
We've seen at this point 2 kicks, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
We've seen 3 baton strikes, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Unnecessary and excessive, correct?
Yes, sir.
Anybody out there that saw those things would have a duty to intervene, is that correct?
I would agree.
They'd be trained in their training to intervene, correct?
Right, if they are able to do it.
Continue. Stop there. Did you see that?
Yes, sir.
Did you see Officer Smith, Officer Martin deliver a, we've heard it described as a haymaker?
A
on
punch,
Mr.
yes,
Nichols'
sir.
head?
Yes, sir.
Did you see that?
I did.
Did you see the other officers? Did you see the other officers?
The other officers do what?
Did you see the other officers in the video? Could
Yes.
you see the other officers? in the
Oh, I could
video?
see the other officers, yes, sir.
One at one arm and one at another arm,
Right, sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you can also see Mills off a few feet, is that correct?
Herbie?
You can also see the other officer Mills off a few feet,
Yes, sir.
4 officers in total.
Yes, sir.
Officer Bean, Officer Smith, each at an arm, and Officer Martin throwing a haymaker, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was that force unnecessary?
Throwing the haymaker?
Yes, sir.
It doesn't appear to be if he was under control. He's not handcuffed, but he is being held by the other officers.
You're saying that force is not unnecessary? I may have misheard you.
Oh, I said that the other officers would have him under control, so at that point, there would be no need for them to be punched.
I misheard you, I wasn't. So it was unnecessary.
Pardon me?
It was unnecessary,
Yes, wasn't needed at that time.
exactly, and excessive.
Yes, sir.
And a strike like that to the head could be deadly, correct?
I suppose it could.
So this would be the 3rd instance of possible deadly force on Mr. Nichols, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Nichols appeared to be doing as he's getting hit.
His body's reacting to being hit.
This might be ahead. Have we seen in this video Mr. Nichols throw any punch?
No, sir.
Have we seen Mr. Nichols throw any kick?
No, sir.
Well, we've seen Mr. Nichols sustain, at this point, 3 blows that are unnecessary, excessive, and could be deadly. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Continue. Stop there. Did you see that?
Yes, sir, I did.
Another strike to the head.
Yes, sir.
Did you say that was unnecessary,
I don't think it was needed. Yes, it's unnecessary.
excessive?
Yes, sir.
If an officer saw it, they'd have a duty to intervene, correct?
Yes, sir, he would.
And what's Mr. Nichols' body doing when this is happening?
He's reacting to the punches.
Reacting to being punched.
Yes.
Next. You stop there. What's Mr. Nichols doing?
I missed that. Could we play it back?
Just give back 10 seconds or 5 seconds, whatever. We went back too far. Wasn't it? What's Mr. Nichols doing at this point?
Looks like he's pulling away or trying to walk away.
We've seen his body flailing around reacting, correct?
Yes, sir.
And now we see a movement that may actually be intentional, correct?
It appears to be, yes, sir.
That's what-
It may not be.
It may not be, but it may be. He may be trying to walk away, or this could be an unintentional movement.
Yes, sir.
Correct? Shouldn't he try to get away at this point?
Well, it doesn't appear to be too prudent for him to try and get away from the officers, but I suppose he could try.
Doesn't appear too prudent for him to stay either, does it?
No?
Like, we can go for another one too. Stop now. Did you see those 2 shots to the head?
Yes, sir, I did.
Unnecessary,
Yes, sir.
excessive.
Yes, sir.
We've actually watched 5 of them now. Is that right?
I think that was the count.
And any officer out there that saw it would have a duty to intervene if it could. Is that right?
I would think so, yes, sir.
Any officer out there that saw it could say stop, couldn't they?
Certainly could.
They could say, whoa, whoa, we got this, right?
Yes, they could.
Have you heard anybody say stop?
No, sir.
Have you heard anybody say, whoa, whoa, we got this?
No, sir.
And at this point, it's 4 officers and 1 Tyre Nichols. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And we have seen now 2 kicks, unnecessary and excessive, 3 baton strikes, unnecessary and excessive, and 5 haymakers to the head, unnecessary and excessive. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, I'd agree.
Continue to play. Stop. Did you hear that?
Did I hear what? I heard something to that effect, yes, sir.
He says that when he jumps out of his car, doesn't he?
I believe he was just coming out of the car, yes, sir.
Just coming out of the car. I'll tell you, different people here beat that man. Some people say beat that man's ass. Do you have, which in particular, do you know which one it is?
I'm sorry, no?
I'm just gonna say beat that man.
All right.
Gets out of the car and yells, agreed,
Yes, sir.
beat that man,
All right.
right? police officers talk harsh, correct?
They do.
You've been around more than me. I've been around plenty. I know they talk harsh.
Yes, sir, they do.
And I don't have a problem with people talking harsh like that. Okay?
All right.
But beat that man something different, isn't it?
Well, it may be a way of saying, do what you have to get the guy in custody.
Or it may be a way of saying beat that man, right?
Oh, it's what he said, but again, I could say, beat that man to get him into custody.
But he didn't. He's getting out of his car. He's more than 15, 20 feet away from that man who's surrounded by 4 police officers and is on his stomach, right?
Yes, sir.
And from where he's literally getting out of his car, he hasn't assessed the scene, has he?
No, he only knows what he's heard.
He's just going to jump out of the car and yell directions to other officers, beat that man.
All right, to get him into custody. Yes, sir.
Or beat that man so that y'all can get him in custody.
Right.
So that's correct.
Yes, sir.
And that's what we need to believe that his kick is not unnecessary, correct?
Whose kick are you talking about?
Haley's,
Haley used the kick to get the arm behind the back.
well, that's your opinion.
Yes, sir.
We're free to accept it or not. right?
Sure.
Okay. But to believe he used that kick to get his arm behind his back, we have to believe that beat that man means beat that man until he's in custody,
To get him in custody. Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's what you believe.
Yes, sir, I do.
You do not believe that Mr. Haley's reacting out of anger,
No, I believe he was doing something he was trained to do.
which is get out of a car and yell, beat that man?
To kick Mr. Nichols in the upper tricep area to have his arm go behind his back for cuffing.
Let's watch the kick. That's why
Like you said, you're just Mr. Wagman, you can proceed.
Back on the video, it's where Mr. Haley jumps out the car.
Uh, 5 seconds. You heard the beat that man. Now we're gonna watch the kick, okay?
All right.
You can play a little bit more. All right. We agree that we see Officer Haley kick, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And we see that he kicks Mr. Nichols. Correct?
Yes,
We
sir.
see that he kicks Mr. Nichols. I'll keep my voice up, I'm sorry.
Yes,
We agree that we see him kick Mr. Nichols
yes,
while Mr. Nichols is on the ground.
yes.
While Mr. Nichols is on the ground after 2 kicks to the head, 3 baton strikes, 5 haymakers that we have all agreed are unnecessary and excessive, correct?
Yes, sir.
After Mr. Haley kicks him, we then see Mr. Haley bend down to help handcuff Mr. Nichols, correct?
It appears to be, yes, sir.
We did.
Yes, sir.
We watch the kick again. Kicks him.
You stop it. He kicks him and then he just walks away.
Yes, sir, he does.
So he doesn't bend down to attempt to handcuff Mr. Nichols.
No, he doesn't.
He doesn't do anything to attempt to assist after his kick.
No, sir.
In fact, after his kick, when he just walks away, we have somebody else walk up, don't we?
Do that one again.
We have somebody else walk up after Mr. Haley sort of walks away.
Yes, sir.
And that's Mr. Martin.
Yes.
And then we see another kick to Mr. Nichols, right?
Right.
And at this point, we've seen 2 kicks to the head, 3 baton strikes, 5 haymakers, Haley's kick, and now this final kick by Mr. Martin. Would you say Mr. Martin's final kick was unnecessary and excessive?
Oh, I don't think it was necessary at all. It was excessive.
Yeah, unnecessary and excessive.
Yes, I agree.
And everybody out there that would have seen that has a duty to intervene, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this entire time, we've heard no stop. No, whoa, we got this. No.
No.
Would you agree that these officers have a duty to inform medical personnel with regard to helpful information they may know that may help them treat their patient?
I would agree with that.
When you agree helpful medical information may be here, he took some shots to the head.
Can you do that one again?
Would it be helpful for medical personnel to know that he took some head shots?
Yes, it would.
They could have even made up a story like he fell and hit his head or something, couldn't they?
I guess they could have.
I mean, that would at least tell medical personnel that he took a headshot, right?
Yes.
And you've reviewed the body cams and you've reviewed the videos. You've never heard a single officer out there on the scene tell medical personnel one time that he took a shot to his head, have you?
Nothing I saw.
Not a single time.
No, sir.
when you train officers, you would train them to tell medical personnel. Let them know that a man took shots to the head, wouldn't you?
Everything that the officer knew, yes, sir.
You would train them to intervene when they see something like that.
Yes, sir.
With regard to Haley's kicking, you may never agree. Okay?
All right.
But you find that to be necessary, correct?
I find it to be necessary, yes, sir.
And you make out of his statement, beat that man, a statement that could be read as, do what you have to do, take him in custody.
Yes, sir.
We may agree on a barber,
Yes, sir.
we may not agree on that.
Right.
Okay? And you'd agree with me if we go back to the beginning, this jury is free to agree with you or disagree with you.
Certainly.
Sir. Unfortunately, you're one of the last witnesses. It's unfortunate for you, okay? Because there's a couple videos that haven't been played into evidence yet.
All right.
Videos that you reviewed.
All right.
Okay? So I think I'm done with really the substance of my examination of you,
All right.
but we are going to play a couple videos
Sure.
so you can identify them, okay?
Sure.
Before we get into that, if I can have the attorney's approval.
We're going to play for you the body worn camera of Officer Haley. It is one of the videos you reviewed.
A verbal answer. You reviewed this, correct?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Sit here first.
We can go ahead and stop it here. We're not going to do much starting, okay?
All right.
But is it fair to say that Officer Haley's body cam footage starts after the incident has occurred?
Yes, sir.
Be more clear. By the incident, I mean the incident where Mr. Nichols, what we just watched,
Yes, sir.
at the Castlegate, not the traffic stop.
Man, when I said that might gotta be on some meds, bro. That might have got tased with the plums running down fucking He on something bad. We lit him up, he didn't want to stop. We did, stop. I'm talking about finna take folks out. All in oncoming traffic and everything. Man, I got some film.
38. Does the fire department need to come down to you or are you bringing it back?
Hey, man, please if there's something like more questions, man.
Bring it down here.
Fuck, man. I'm under the cop. Is this your under the cop, bro?
Yeah, they're gonna know right now.
Why you say how much? This one. Oh my God, man. Hey, you not been black, bro? I ain't bring my shit around. Liz, you good? Huh? Come here. You got some water in your eyes, brother? A little bit, still room up there. You got some water, pull that down? Okay. Damn. Fuck. That might hide the kite, man. Hit a bit. I go sit your ass. Damn. I sprayed him. I snatched him up. Yeah. Fuck. I ain't talking about straight like this. I'm talking about that. Y'all want to bring down there? No, man, y'all. Bring him down there. Oh, hell no. Fuck this. My motherfucker, bro, my eyes are on firecracker mode right now. My shit on firecracker mode. Watch it right here.
Could you tell at 2040, it's 2040-19 right now, so just a few seconds before. Could you tell what we sort of saw flash up?
No, sir.
Did you see Mr. Nichols lean over the car?
Oh, I saw Mr. Nichols in the car, yes, sir.
Did you see the side of a cellular phone pointed at him?
Pardon me?
Did you see a cellular phone, very small portion of it pointed at Mr. Nichols?
Yes, sir, it did.
You're aware that Officer Haley took a picture of Mr. Nichols right then as he's leaning up against the car?
Yes, sir.
You're aware that he sent those pictures to several different people?
I believe he did, yes, sir.
Is that something you train your officers to do?
I'm sorry.
Is that something you train your officers to do?
To take pictures of the suspect? Yes, sir.
Take pictures of the suspect after he's beaten up, land on the car, and send it to a bunch of people.
I missed the last part of it, I'm sorry.
Take pictures of a person who has been beaten up, laying on the side of a car, and send it to a bunch of people.
I wouldn't train them to send it to a bunch of people, but they can take pictures of the person to document the injuries.
I don't think this was documented injury.
I didn't check the first time. Yeah.
Do you believe this was documented injuries?
I believe that's what.
Your Honor, I don't, it's not my, that calls for speculation, which may affect my client. That calls for speculation on this witness's part.
He's been already appointed as an expert in this matter. If he has an opinion as to it, he can render that opinion if he doesn't.
That's what Officer Haley said. One of the reports that I read, or one of the statements I read.
You believe Officer Haley took a picture to document injuries?
That's what he said.
Do you know the people he sent it to?
No, I don't.
You read the reports, didn't you?
Yes. I don't know the people.
No, they include girlfriends, right?
I believe one was a girlfriend.
At least one, right?
I believe so.
Not to investigators. Correct?
Correct.
To civilians. Correct?
Yes, sir.
To friends of his, correct?
I would assume they're friends.
Judge, I believe that this mischaracterizes the testimony. Testimony earlier was that there were, I believe, 8 people, several of whom were identified in the phone as with the initials MPD before. I think that Mr. Hageman's questions are going outside the record.
This is cross-examination. I'll allow him to cross-examine if you want to clarify it on your redirect.
The people that included civilians, correct?
I believe so.
So people that included at least one girlfriend, correct?
I think so, I'm not sure.
You can resume the video.
Appreciate y'all, man.
Oh, for sure.
Hey, you know, that's why I chased him there, but I couldn't see no more. I couldn't see no more. Well, you said that we went to there. Yeah. I tried, but I don't know which I couldn't see them. I said I got the car. I was making blocks and shit. Hey, you good, bro? Because you real heavy people.
Motherfucker, shit, I had that going on, shit.
All right, bro, my fucking eyes.
I can't,
Oh, shit.
I ain't know nothing. I'll take my foot again.
He high as a kite, boy. Yo, I was good. I ain't gonna say about this one. I'm strong for the motherfucker. Dude, like smoke like this. I'm doing some serious shit. Bruh, it was like, I ain't never seen him get a good taser structure. Boom, get out of here. I fell to the ground. I'm like, you took off.
Hey, man, was rocking. Yeah, I took this, start rocking. Motherfucker, what the fuck?
I'm telling you, bro.
Man, I was
I hit myself like this. I mean, like this kind of that. That might be train. God damn, man. But hell no, this shit hot as a motherfucker. Everybody got sprayed. I sprayed, he sprayed, hit me a tase. He jumped up, stretched the tase, kind of hit him legs, and took off running down the street. People, I don't know. Yeah, he grabbed one gun on the scene. That might was on some whole type of stuff. I ain't even look. I just got my car. Like, hey, bro, you good? Motherfucker, swung. Wow, I don't know what he mean. He reached for Mark gun, and slammed him to the car, and he was on from there. Like, he literally had this man on Mark gun. Like, that motherfucker was on there. I don't know what that might be. Ain't strong as a motherfucker. Yeah, my fire right now. This car way else now. We stopped about that. Rawson, Ranks. That's it. Ain't got nothing. Ain't got nothing. I don't know. That might just. He got to get there. Huh? Everybody over there? God damn, this I ain't never sprayed my head in my life. It's over. Yeah, it's over. I smell like that. I know what. I'm trying to give a chase, but he's not even running fast. And this how I knew he was fucked up. When you were running, he just said, fuck. It was on point for me, man.
I said, I'm talking
What
about.
I said?
I said,
Where every other traffic stop?
Yes, no, then once I started doing it, then I see
Yeah, he was drove in the oncoming traffic. So we tried to, I'm talking about he lived on the yes, all this traffic. So we tried to get him stopped. He didn't stop. We still trying to get him stopped. Hit the side. Stop. And like drove around, swerved like he could hit my car. So then I'm like, God damn, man, what we doing? He pulled up to the red light, stopped at the red light, put his turn signal on. So we jump out the car. Shit went from there. He got out, took a swing, grabbed one, grabbed he had a whole grip on him. I'm talking about he grabbed that mic like this. That's what I said. Let my gun go. Boom! Knocked him into the car. That mic literally grabbed that man gun. Do they got any saline though? You water for water abuse. I saw that shit straight. Come here. I got a. Hey, Mark, come here. Which eye? See that? There we go. I got it. It's blocked off. I'm sorry. Hang on. I'll be like, which eye? It was in the corners and shit. There it goes. We need some more. Y'all go that way, can't go this way. What you take, man? How much of these live, man? What you take? Huh? You take something, man. What you take, man? What trying to get? Huh? Huh? Oh, he awesome. He awesome. He awesome. Hey, you take my drug? Huh? You took something, man. Hey, no smoke, man. Oh, where he at? He calling somebody over. Oh, y'all stuck? Hey, man, appreciate y'all, man. Appreciate it. We said about he don't ready to do that. I ain't nailed in my life. That's my story. Yeah. Oh, hey, you should have been
You took turns giving my pieces of his ass.
damn. Oh, we gave him some over there. We gave him the street. Over there on the scene, they like took the palms out of his bag and took off running around.
You didn't run no more. Spray you, ain't that?
I told you to stop spraying his eyes. Who? Now, what is maybe he's gonna make a cherry sauce? What the? Hey, Lou, come here, Lou. Come here. This shit got to stop. You heard us? We over on this way over there. We want to cuss an extra for a car. Wait, that's there for y'all back to church. We already on this. Because when we make it stop, this was really far. I couldn't get on the radio with this. He got extra a what's the name? Extra patrol. 2935, that's the negative. Thank you, Kilo. We got him in custody. My shit burning like a motor.
Now, so, we got transported it down there.
I know. Just put it.
I can't. Yeah, we got 90. Mayor, we got 90. Yeah, yeah, he sure does.
Well, I feel like I was in the academy again. Hey, when that shit hit me,
I pepper spray. I spray. I spray. No. When I say look. After you guys say I sprayed myself with something, I said, fuck, I can't spray. I thought you were successful because I wasn't doing that. Bro.
I take it.
I appreciate you pulling up, bro.
It was just shit. Everything tripped.
Yes, it's 205441.
All my question is it in there or is it?
Yeah, there is. We ended it at 205441. Is that also Haley's body cam? Is that right?
I believe it is, yes, sir.
Now, we would add this into evidence with your honor's permission to the master exhibit that will be introduced at the close of proof. And there is one more body worn camera. Record, this will be Justice Smith's body worn camera, and it starts at 203743.
Are you bringing it back down here?
Bring him down here, Hill. Bring him down here.
Check, I got that way now.
Shit, I need my glasses. I lost some too. Fuck. That's one. Hell that shit.
Yeah. You gotta do that.
Left. Yeah, appreciate y'all, bro. Y'all see my flashlight in there somewhere? Fuck. Shit. There you go. His ass, right? Oh, fuck. So I fuck my leg, bro. I know I'm finna feel this shit. Fuck. I just don't know. That motherfucker had. Get him up. Shit. Hey, here you go, Steve. Shit, you know what I'm working this shit. Huh? Hell no. Motherfucker. Shit, I had that going on, shit. I was like, fuck. And so I seen Bean chasing right here. I ain't even know nothing like that. I lost that motherfucker again. That motherfucker hot. Bro, I hit them out of so many pieces and he still. I was like, God damn. I don't even make sure my damn phone's in the car. Hey, Bing was rocking, then I jumped in and started rocking. Motherfucker, what the fuck? Man, I'm like, bro, what the fuck? Hey, you got that face thing you can do? No. You from a traffic stop. He got something in his back pocket. A wallet. I can't get it. Shit. Fuck me, man. He's small. Mind that motherfucker so bad. Hold on. You trying to stand up over there. He ain't got nothing in the car. Unless he threw it while on his way running, he raced so that damn car.
Zero 03. Is that Detective Smith's body camera?
Yes, sir.
No further questions, sir.
Thank you.
Thank
I'm going to try and go in order that Mr. Hagerman was asking you questions, Mr. Cameron. What type of traffic stop was this?
It was a high risk.
And he asked you some questions about statements regarding the gun.
Yes, sir.
Traffic stop. What's the significance of that?
The statement about the gun
Yes.
puts it, like I say, into a whole different perspective. So suspect that is trying to take an officer's gun.
For the people on the scene at that time, does it matter whether the gun was touched or not?
No, it doesn't,
Why not?
because they were told it was touched or grabbed. And again, you don't question an officer and say, well, did it really happen? Are you sure that he was grabbing your gun? Maybe he was not, maybe his hand just moved there. You don't ask those questions.
What happens if you hesitate in a situation like that?
If he gets the officer's gun, somebody gets injured or killed.
We talked about when Haley's kicked at Bear Creek and Castleton. You talked about the hesitation.
Yes.
What's the significance of that hesitation?
He didn't just randomly run in and kicking. And he picked a spot on the upper muscle area of the arm in the tricep area. And he knew from his training that that would loosen the arm up and hopefully allow the other officers to handcuff him.
And did that in fact happen?
Yes, it did.
Remind this jury of the purpose of verbal judo.
Verbal judo is used to persuade an individual to get into custody using the least amount of force possible.
And how does verbal judo help that?
Well, you're trying to reason with the individual, and some people obviously you can't reason with, but you're trying to reason with the individual to use a minimal amount of force to take them into custody.
Is verbal judo moving up the scale on the force continuum?
Is it moving up? No, it's the lowest level.
Mr. Hagerman had you watch the Sky Cop video from the beginning,
Yes, sir.
and you saw Officer Martin kick twice. We all saw Officer Martin kick twice.
Yes, sir.
Where?
Appeared to be the upper body, perhaps the head.
And we saw Mills strike 3 times with the aspeton, correct?
Yes.
And we saw Martin punch 5 times in the head, correct?
Yes, yes, sir, we did.
Where was Haley at the time of all of those contacts?
I believe he was in his vehicle responding to the call.
Based upon watching that video again today, your entire review of the file, how many, as Mr. Haggard said, headshots see given to Mr. Nichols?
None.
Was Haley present when any of the, quote, headshots were given to Mr. Nichols?
No, he wasn't.
Based upon your training and experience, does it take more than watching a video to have a professional opinion regarding police training standards and the propriety of use of force?
No, you can't base it solely on a video.
What factors go into forming an opinion?
The information the officer had prior to their use of force, the level of resistance on the suspect's part, the necessity to get the individual in handcuffs and into custody.
I might have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
May we approach?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen of the jury, your lunch has arrived. We have a few issues that we're going to need to discuss. We will work on those while you all are eating. We're going to go ahead and excuse you at this time. We'll stand at recess.
Court stands recessed.
they can't.
Say what?
No, they can't.
And you have zero information about what Mr. Justin Smith saw or. And just to save a little time, you really have no information regarding what any officer out there on the scene other than Emmett Martin saw, right?
That's correct.
And you are familiar with the fact that pepper spray or OC spray had been utilized by one of the officers, his name is Mills, at least 3 times during that brief arrest.
That's correct.
And you can see on the video Emmett Martin bailing out because he had OC spray. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you see Nichols bail out and is gone for over a minute and a half. And he's the one who shot the pepper. Is that right?
That's correct.
But Mr. Smith and Mr. Bean are still in a 90-degree angle trying to get Mr. Nichols in handcuffs. Is that right?
They are.
Did you see Mr. Smith or Mr. Bean take a break?
No, sir, I didn't.
Since you've been in policing for so long, what does OC stand for?
Ole encapsulated.
Say it again.
Ole encapsulated.
Right. And they have different powers, don't they? Different percentages. Don't they?
Yes, they do.
And they have one that's 1.5. Is it 1.5%?
I believe so.
And then one 5%. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And the 1.5% is used by,
Civilians,
and the 5% is used by.
law enforcement officers.
Okay. So I can't go out and get 5% OC, can I?
Normally, no.
I cannot. It's illegal for me to have it if I'm not a cop, right?
Correct.
And is that in reference to how powerful that OC spray is?
Yes, sir.
And that night, you looked at the use of force reports, you looked at the different things. Mr. Mills had 5% OC spray, is that right?
Yes.
And you're not supposed to shoot an OC shot to a suspect for longer than what? One burst?
One burst, yes.
Right. So one burst on a suspect incapacitates the normal suspect. Is that right?
Normally it does.
If OC spray does not incapacitate a suspect, what does that tell you based upon your, 50 some odd years in law enforcement?
That the suspect's not susceptible to pepper spray, or the suspect may be under the influence of some narcotic.
All right. Next question. Do responding officers rely on other officers within their department collectively using only necessary force to effectuate an arrest?
Yes.
If I'm a cop, you're a cop, I really don't know you, but we're in the same precinct, and we show up at the same crime scene, is it within the industry of law enforcement that I can rely upon you, even though I don't know you, to use only necessary force to effectuate an arrest?
Yes, it is.
And the force that we saw from Emmett Martin was, I think you said what? Was it unnecessary or what?
It was unnecessary.
And is that the same as excessive?
It can be, yes.
So it's not this. I just asked you: is unnecessary the same as excessive? Is it or is it not?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So if we hear unnecessary force, are you using that word as excessive?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So do you have any reason to believe that any officer out there on the scene could not reasonably rely on the fact that another officer, trained, post-certified, is going to use only necessary force to effectuate an arrest?
That's right. That's what they.
What?
That's correct.
So we don't have to have a team meeting before an arrest and say, now everybody uses necessary force on this one, okay? You don't have those kind of meetings, do you?
No, sir.
All right. Because you have to rely that they will utilize their training and only use necessary force. Is that right?
That's correct.
So if Emmett Martin is using unnecessary force while people are blind and can't breathe, do they have a duty to intervene if they can't see it?
If they can't see it, they can't intervene.
we've been talking a lot about the cops and what the cops' duties are when Emmett Martin is doing what he's doing and Haley's doing what he's doing. Let's talk about Nichols for a moment. Did you see anything in all the videos that you watched? Let me rewind. Mr. Bean over there, he chased Mr. Nichols. Is that right?
That's correct.
You've seen that video of his body cam. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Was there anything keeping Tyre Nichols when Bean had to tackle him? You agree with me? He had to tackle him, right?
Yes, sir.
Bean had no choice but to tackle the suspect, right?
To stop him, yes, sir.
Was there anything keeping Mr. Tyre Nichols from saying, "Ho, I'm done, I'm done"?
No, there wasn't.
Because Mr. Hagerman asked you what was keeping the officers from saying, whoa, I got this, we got this. I want to ask you, was there anything keeping Nichols from saying, hey, I give up?
No, nothing at all.
And instead, what did he do?
He continued to fight and resist the officers.
As an expert, you know what a crime saturation unit is, don't you?
Basically, yes, sir.
And a crime saturation unit, as we've heard in this trial, is a unit that goes into high crime neighborhoods.
Yes, sir, it is.
Looking for specific types of crimes and the effects of crime. That's what we've been told. Is that what you understand it to be?
That's what I understand, sir.
Would it surprise you to know that this unit, per officer, over a 3-year period, per officer, averages over 1,000 felony arrests?
Wow.
Would that surprise you? That's a bunch, isn't it?
It's a lot.
It's over 1.5. If you only work 5 days a week, it's about 2 a day, isn't it?
Yep.
Is my math right?
Yes, sir.
Those are felony arrests.
Yes, sir.
Now, would it surprise you that the members of this unit, on every one of those arrests, 80 to 90% of those arrestees have a hidden weapon on them? Would that surprise you?
Not at all.
So is that percentage for felony arrest, is that nationwide or is that just Memphis or what?
No, it's pretty much nationwide.
80 to 90% of the arrestees have a hidden weapon on them.
That's true.
So as Mr. Bean is running down the street and Mr. Smith is getting out of his car to help Bean get him handcuffed, does that mean there's an 80 to 90% chance that that suspect has a hidden weapon?
That's true.
Do you know what blading is?
Pardon me?
I knew I'd get you on the hearing. Do you know what blading is?
Blading. Well,
if I lay on my hip instead of laying on my back or on my belly, is that blading?
Basically, yes, sir.
Well, you say basically, but that is blading.
That is blading.
Is blading dangerous if a suspect is blading?
Yes, sir.
In fact, blading can occur when you're laying on the ground on your hip, and blading can occur as I confront you. Isn't that blading?
That's blading also.
All right. So if I'm on the ground and I'm blading with a free hand, does that allow the suspect to get out a weapon?
It certainly does.
And in all the videos you saw, did you ever see Nichols lay on his belly or on his back?
He laid on his belly, didn't lay on his belly nor on his back.
You said he did not?
Did not.
Right. He laid on his hip. He bladed the whole time, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are officers trained in your academies and other academies to watch out for blading?
Certainly, that's why we put them on their stomach.
Do officers who get a radio call, this is a national standard for lack of a better word, do officers who get a radio call requesting assistance with capturing an unsearched fleeing suspect who has been tased and sprayed, do they have the luxury of not responding to that?
No, they better not.
What happens if they do?
They get disciplined.
Okay. Do those officers hearing that call, do they have the luxury of taking their time to get there?
No, they have to expedite.
And expedite means what?
Get there as quickly as they can.
Blue lights and sirens?
Yes, sir.
Breaking the speed laws?
Yes, sir.
Safely going through traffic lights that are marked red?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Heiderman was very precise when he asked you this question, so I want to be just as precise. As he went through each act of Emmett Martin, the punches. Remember, he went through, that's punch one, then he went to another one, punch two, and I think he got 5 punches. Is that right?
I believe he did.
He would ask, when they see something like that, do the officers have a duty to intervene? And you answered every time. You answered yes.
Right.
But isn't the key word there in that question Mr. Hagman asked, when they see something like that?
Right. They see it, they have to intervene. If they don't see it, they can't intervene.
Now, what is tunnel vision?
Tunnel vision is where you focus in on one thing. I may focus in on your waistband. I may focus in on your hands.
In a critical incident, scientists have established what degree of tunnel vision does someone have?
I don't know the exact statistic, but
Does 2 degrees sound right?
about right, yes.
Okay. So, in a critical incident, an officer, not knowing what his safety is or risk is at that time, just treating it as a high-risk arrest, and he has tunnel vision. Is this about 2 degrees?
About.
Now, if someone wears glasses, like I wear glasses, and you take the glasses off, now what's my vision? Is it less or more?
I think it's a lot less.
If I get shot in the eyes with OC spray, how much do I have?
Almost none.
How dangerous is one handcuff to a wrist?
Very dangerous.
You watched Justin Smith put one handcuff on the left wrist. You even used a photograph of it with Mr. Stingle. Is that right?
That's correct.
That photograph was taken in the sequence of events after the officers have been sprayed with spray. Is that right?
That's correct.
What is auditory exclusion?
Auditory exclusion is you cut down the sound outside because you're focusing on one thing.
It's like tunnel vision for your ears, isn't it?
Exactly.
Scientists have shown that people have gone into shootouts and everything else and not remember any of the shooting or any of the words said during the shooting. Is that right?
Right. Don't even hear the shots.
Right. Until later, until they watch it on video and say, oh yeah, that looks like somebody did say that. That's not unusual, is it?
No, not at all.
Chasing a suspect with an 80 to 90% chance they have a hidden weapon on them down a dark street with OC spray in your face, would that fall in the category of critical incident where officers have 2 degree or less tunnel vision and no hearing?
It certainly would.
In fact, you actually expect that to happen, don't you?
Yes, you do.
Officers out there on that street, Bear Creek and Castlegate, not like sitting here in this room watching it on TV, is it?
Not at all.
Videos from a body cam or a pole cam or anything else, they don't capture the exhaustion that a cop goes through, does it?
No,
It doesn't capture the fear that a cop is going through, does it?
not at all.
You know, that's all I have.
All right, Mr. Perry. Thank you. Mr. Cameron, before today, have you ever had any conversation with Darius Bean?
No, sir, I have not.
And today you had a conversation with Darius Bean, right?
No.
And do you know whether or not Darius Bean had ever met Mr. Tyre before that evening?
I have no idea.
But you do know just from your experience in this particular case that one of the officers saw the suspect and he met a description, right?
Yes.
And you saw that person who saw the suspect that met the description got out of the passenger side of a car. Am I correct?
That's correct.
And when he got out the passenger side of the car, based off of your reading of the information that was provided in this case, he didn't have any idea of whether or not that suspect had a gun, knife, baton, anything on this person, correct?
No, he did not.
Now, based off of your reading in the file and your research in this case and your participation on behalf of Mr. Haley, is it your understanding that that same suspect caused a bolo to go out regarding who he was, or be on the lookout for this particular person?
Correct.
Based off of your research, is it true that that suspect supposedly had overcome 3 men weighing in excess of 250 pounds based on the bolo?
Yes, sir.
Is it true that the person who hears that is expected to get out of the vehicle and travel down 80 yards of a dark street to apprehend this suspect based on what you testified a few moments ago as his job requirement?
It is his job requirement.
And based off of your observation this morning and in review, has Mr., and I'm gonna say it, the person who got out of that car is Darius Bean. Is that in any way a violation of what you know as proper procedure, policy, etc.?
No, it's not.
He tackles him. Okay? That's not something that you do with people walking down the street on a regular basis. Right.
Not normally.
Right. So that is a use of force, though, correct?
Correct.
And at that point, you didn't see anything that was violative of a right or that was inappropriate or excessive, correct?
No, nothing at all.
Now, you have presented across the country at different occasions, right?
Yes, sir, I have.
And you've discussed yourself in the past the difference between ineffective force and excessive force.
Correct.
And those are two terms, and I think that you were given some terms a few moments ago, but there is a distinct distinction, according to what you said before, between what from a 100-yard away pole cam or 100-foot away pole cam might look as excessive versus what would look as be in fact ineffective.
Exactly.
Can you tell this jury the difference between ineffective and excessive?
Ineffective is when you're not accomplishing what you're trying to accomplish. In most cases, get the person into custody, get them handcuffed. That's ineffective force.
When you're being asked questions by Mr. Hagerman regarding whether or not if the person comes up and you see them getting soccer kicked or what have you, number one, could you tell whether or not the kick connected to the person?
No, I couldn't.
Could you tell whether or not Mr. Bean, who at that point had two different bursts of pepper spray hit him, according to testimony, whether or not he could see that somebody is either about to kick or where they're about to kick this person?
I don't believe so.
All right. Now, you also said that based on what you were looking at, that the person who we know as Mr. Tyre Nichols was not coming into compliance, was he?
No, he wasn't.
Did it appear that his arms are moving, even from this 100-foot away pole cam? Did it appear that his arms are moving, etc.?
Yes, sir.
Now, does Mr. Bean have the same luxury as somebody who might be on the news looking at it and saying, oh, look, they look like they have him in custody right here? Does Mr. Bean have that luxury if he has OC spray in his eyes and he knows that this person is not handcuffed while he's standing over him, as it's been described? He doesn't. Does he have that same luxury if it's January 7th and it's 43 degrees outside and it's wet outside and he's trying to get this person into compliance? And in fact, he on that scene commands at least 30 times to get his hands. Does he have that same luxury as somebody watching or describing it on the news?
Not at all.
Does Mr. Bean have the luxury to know whether or not this person is running because they might have something stolen in their car? Does he have that luxury?
No. It's a known, unknown factor.
And so while he's out there and he has this person's hand, does he have the luxury to let it go during this fast sequence of events?
No, not at all. It's his responsibility.
Now, this would be some way to try to strangle him, and he's looking from the side, and he just says nothing. That's a different sequence, is it not?
Certainly is.
If he's engaged in trying to apprehend this person who refused to give his hand, and for a period of 14 seconds, he's holding one arm, Justice Smith is holding the other arm, and this person has not laid on the ground, has not done anything that he's been told to do, and he's trying to walk in a circle. If Mr. Bean has pepper spray in his eyes, if Mr. Bean has just run a dead sprint to try to catch this person, if Mr. Bean has tried to be overcome by what at least 6 different officers described as the strongest person they've ever tried to apprehend, does Mr. Bean have the luxury to let him go and have an altercation with another officer who might in fact use either excessive or ineffective force?
No, he can't let go.
Can he let go and say, hey, stop, man. This is not how they taught us in the academy. Can he do that?
No, he certainly can't.
Mr. Bean ain't on the news describing something. Mr. Bean is out there trying to get this person into custody. Mr. Bean is not Mr. Hagerman asking you questions and can get a do-over. Mr. Bean is holding this person, can he put his life, the life of the suspect, above his and his fellow officers' lives if this man won't do a darn thing that he's being asked to do?
No, he certainly can't.
And you didn't have to ask Mr. Bean a question to determine that, did you? You know that from your 50 plus years in law enforcement.
Correct.
And based on that, and if you had a chance to have those conversations with Mr. Bean, and he indicates that, which,
We need to approach this.
based on the factors that we were just discussing, OC spray in the eyes, a non-compliant suspect, and the ability to try to get that person's hands into custody or cuffs, is the person a consistent threat if you do not control that person's arms and you can't put them in handcuffs?
Yes, sir, he is.
And based off of the narrow scope and time and the movements of the suspect and what you have observed, and based on the conditions that we've talked about, those factors being in place, are Mr. Bean, who there's been no testimony that he struck this person in the head, that he kicked this person, or any of those things, would you then, based on those premises, have any sort of issues with Mr. Bean's conduct on that particular scene?
No, it was doing all his trick at the person in handcuffs.
That's good.
Now,
Maybe. Not gonna hit you with the barrage. He didn't see it, right?
Right, if he didn't see it, he can't take any action.
Exactly. That's really the issue here. I mean, simply put, if Mr. Smith and Mr. Bean saw that first soccer kick to the head, then they have a duty to intervene, correct?
Correct.
And if they didn't, that's part of the excessive force, right?
It's not excessive force. So they didn't see it.
If they did see it.
I don't object, this is outside the scope of redirect.
there are a whole bunch of questions about the actions that took place that evening. I think as far as the questions, they encompass the questions that Mr. Hagerman is asking. So I'll allow those questions.
if Mr. Bean saw it, he has a duty to intervene, correct?
That's correct.
Because that forced Martin's first kick, soccer kick, was excessive, correct?
Correct.
If Mr. Bean saw that second kick to the head, which again was excessive, then he has a duty to intervene, correct?
Yes, he did.
If he saw those haymakers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, each one in between, if he saw those, he has a duty to intervene, correct?
That's correct.
And the same with Mr. Smith.
Correct.
So it's really a question of if they saw it or not, right?
That's correct.
I think we agree on that.
I think we do.
Either misheard you or you misspoke. Because you made a statement when Mr. Perry was asking questions that you couldn't tell if Tyre was getting kicked or not.
I couldn't tell where he was being kicked.
Okay, but you could tell that the kicks were making contact with him, correct?
It appeared that they were, just from his body language.
And so I'm wondering here where we're coming from, because you could so clearly tell for us that Mr. Haley kicked him in a certain spot.
Right.
Correct?
Correct.
And could you equally clearly see Martin kick him in the head?
I could see him kicking him, and it was towards his head.
Okay. Well, I think that's probably good enough to be unnecessary and excessive, right?
It certainly is.
That's all, Judge.
All right. Anything else of this witness?
No, Judge.
No, yeah. All right, so those are all the questions we have for you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Please watch your step and see where you're
I
at.
will.
Is defense ready with their next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Garrett O'Brien.
We call for O'Brien.
O'Brien.
Senator, this is Judge Brendan Ranking.
Sir, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right, please have a seat.
With Your Honor's permission,
Yes, sir.
could you please state your full name first and last and spell it for the court reporter, please?
Garrett O'Brien, Garrett Obrien.
What do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a police officer.
Have you been a Memphis, at one point, were you a Memphis police officer?
I was.
You are currently a police officer in one of the suburban towns here in Shelby County, is that right?
Yes,
How long were you a Memphis police officer?
for just over 10 years.
And when did you first become a Memphis police officer?
I graduated from the police academy in November of 2012.
And so that, I'm doing the math, that puts you up to about 2022,
Yes, sir.
and then you transfer to another department. Now, during that period of time from 2012 to 2022, did you have Mr. Justin Smith?
I did.
And you see Justin Smith here in the courtroom, is that right?
I do.
And in what capacity did you know Justin Smith?
My property.
Well, we have to bring the jury. Did you work with him at the Memphis Police Department?
Yes.
So Justin Smith worked for what division of Memphis Police Department?
The Scorpion team,
Which is part of?
the organized crime unit.
That's right. And were you also a member of the OCU?
I was.
Okay. So as part of your role, go ahead, you were executing a search warrant. Is that the first time you had met Justin Smith?
Yes.
Okay. And since that time, and we may get into that, okay? But since that time, did you make yourself familiar with Justin, become friends with Justin?
Since that time, we had worked.
Since that event?
Yes, we had spoken several times since that event.
And did you work, and within OCU, did you have knowledge of his reputation within OCU?
Yes.
And what was that reputation within OCU or the Memphis Police Department?
He was a stand-up guy. Every conversation I ever had with him, any cases that I would work, I was a daytime team, was an auto theft investigator. Any case that I needed work in the evening, I had multiple conversations with him stating, hey, this is a report number. So this isn't just on the fly, on the wall. Somebody might have said something. This is a legitimate case. These are the individuals I'm looking for. This is the car, the tag. This is the area that it might be in. If you happen to be in that area, can you please look for this vehicle? If you happen to look for it, do a continuation to that report. Here's my personal number. Reach out to me if you ever happen to get anything.
Okay, you may have misunderstood my question, or I may have said it wrong. What was Justin Smith's reputation within the Memphis Police Department or OCU? I haven't asked you about your impressions of him yet. Okay, what was his reputation within the Memphis Police Department?
He was a good, upstanding officer.
Was he a notch above or way above other officers?
From my recollection, yes.
And that was his reputation?
Yes.
In your opinion of Justin as a person, what was it?
It was a good opinion, good impression. And like I said, every time I had a conversation with him, it was very attentive. It wasn't just somebody that was just there to be there. He had a emotional investment and had to say.
Share with the jury about Justin Smith.
He cared.
Cared about what?
He absolutely cared about the citizens and the people that we were looking for to bring those persons to the appropriate justice.
Search warrant that you wanted to jump right off into when you got here. So you did have an occasion to work a search warrant, hit a house on a search warrant. Did you ask Justin and others to assist you in hitting that house and get that search warrant served?
Yes. So I wrote the search warrant in the wee hours of the night after I received information of the stolen car that came from another state. I wrote the search warrant, had the search warrant signed by a judge, and then the on-duty team, which would have been the Scorpion team, came out to assist me. We knew the house to be unoccupied. It was an apartment complex. We knew it to be unoccupied. Once we make entry into the house, to the apartment, we then begin the search. During that search, $5,000 was found, roughly $5,000. Justin, who had been reading the warrant while the search was being done, come to me and said, hey, you can't take this money. The search warrant is not, this cash is not in the search warrant. You cannot take this money.
You're the one who wrote the search warrant. You're the one who had a judge sign the search warrant. You were about to take the $5,000 cash, and Justin, who really was just there to support you, pointed that out to you. Is that right?
Correct.
What would have happened to you if you'd have walked out of that apartment with that $5,000?
I probably would have had some legal headaches.
Justin's case, was it?
He had no say in the matter. He got nothing from me taking the money or nothing from me leaving the money.
Y'all, let's all have this with us.
Mr. Barry? Samuel? Dave?
No questions.
All right, sir, those are all the questions we have for you, sir. You can step in. Thanks, sir. All right, Vince, is your next witness.
Brian Nemack.
Nemack.
Nemack, apparently. Maybe over room 503. Yep, we can wait on it. Maybe over 503.
Stand right here in the circle. Raise your right hand and be sworn by the judge. So do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
All right, please have a seat. Proceed.
Could you please state your first and last name?
Brian Nemec, Nemec.
Mr. Nemec, up until recently, where were you employed?
Memphis Police Department,
How long were you employed with the Memphis Police Department?
a little over 32 years.
When you retired, could you give the jury the benefit of what your job was at the time of your, or around the time of your retirement?
The last 18 years of my career, I retired in April of this year. I was with the organized crime unit. I did different tasks over there as a supervisor, lieutenant.
So let's go through the branches, if you will, of organized crime that you were involved with for 18 years.
I was a supervisor over a night shift drug team. I've been a supervisor over the day shift drug team. I've been a supervisor over the DEA task force officers, interstate interdiction. I've done the canines, supervisor over canine handling, and over the meth team that did meth labs.
And OCU has many branches and tentacles. Is that right?
Correct.
Part of that is something called the CAT team.
Correct.
Then CJ Davis came and they turned it into the Scorpion team.
Correct.
Do you know, during your tenure of 18 years at OCU, did you have the occasion to have Justin Smith work for you?
I did.
When did Justin Smith first come to work for you?
It was in the early part of 2020.
So at that time, you had how many years experience in OCU and all those areas?
Roughly about 13.
So he came to work with you, and you are a 13-year veteran of OCU. Is that right?
Correct.
What was your impressions of Justin when he first came to work for you?
He was new over there, and we were just starting up what was going to be called Cat 2, which is we already had a Cat 1, so we were building that up. It was going to be like a 12-man team.
CAT stands for what?
Criminal Apprehension Team.
And what was y'all's mission?
Basically, we use statistical data, looking for hot spots in the city, and then we'd go out and address those hot spots.
And you described as hot spots. Is that high crime areas?
Yes.
High violent crimes?
Yes.
Car thefts?
Correct.
Carjackings?
Correct.
Stolen guns?
Yes.
Automatic weapons?
Yes.
And so this criminal apprehension team was being formed up, and you were going to be in charge of it?
Correct.
And Justin Smith was one of your officers wanting to be on your team, or you wanting him to be on your team?
He was assigned over there, and I was a supervisor that was starting it up. I was mainly a drug supervisor, but they had moved me over there temporarily to get a CAT team.
All right. And so now, based on that background, what was your impression of Justin as it relates to being able to do that job?
He came in, and one part of when somebody comes over there temporarily is to evaluate them and see, are they going to make it over here? It's not for everybody. I've had to cut a lot of people that just didn't make it, and I saw a lot of qualities in him. And you know, there's 12 people assigned to me, and I saw qualities in him that I like.
What qualities?
He kind of fit the bill of what we do. He could go in and do the job, motivated, respectful to everybody and to his coworkers.
Okay. And that's what I was going to ask you. He was courteous and respectful to his coworkers. What about to members of the public?
Yes.
Did you personally observe that?
Yes.
Was that part of your evaluation to determine if he's going to fit in within the criminal apprehension team and work for you?
Yes.
And have you ever known him to be discourteous or anything negative when it comes to interacting with the public?
No.
And by interacting with the public, I'm talking about people that are armed felons. Have you ever seen him treat armed felons with any lack of respect?
No.
Would you describe him as compassionate?
Yes.
What about his temper? Does he have a temper?
I've never seen in the about 5 to 6 months, I've never seen him have a temper on the job. We did a lot of afterwards, when something big event happens, we may talk about it the next day. We call it debriefing. We may debrief that night or the next day. And it's kind of a talk about a bad situation. It's kind of a way that we can discuss what's the goods and the bads. And a lot of, there may be two officers that didn't like the way something happened, and they would, sometimes people get in arguments about it, and we should have done this, we should have done that. And I've never saw that come out of Justin getting angry like that.
See, you being a police officer dealing with these type of interactions with people that I don't see, okay? You deal with members of the public that Martin Zumach's never going to meet.
Yes.
Okay, so when you described it as a big event, we don't know what a big event is. We think the circus is a big event. So what's a big event in the criminal apprehension team world?
It might be where you have a suspect bail out of a car, and you have a lengthy foot chase, and there may be a lot of moving parts. There may be an officer getting injured, and there may be, or you may be hitting a search warrant or something, and some kind of something happened inside the house that a particular team member saw it, and it should have been handled differently. Safety wise, there's a lot of safety. We talk a lot about safety in our job and everything. So we call those kind of big events when something out of the norm happens. We call that a big event.
Was Acosta a big event?
Acosta?
Yeah.
Yes.
Briefly, what was Acosta? Was he an undercover?
He was.
On this team or on this part of OCU?
He was on the drug team, yes.
And was he what?
Just driving down the street and got shot.
Purposefully or accidentally?
Purposely.
And OCU folks from all across the city came because they could hear him on the radio, couldn't they?
Yes.
Is that a big event?
Yes.
You undersell it. What is a bad situation, or does that fall in the bad situation category?
That's a bad situation.
Okay. In fact, a couple of OCU folks totaled out cars trying to get there. Is that right?
They did.
A couple of them got disciplined. All right. Is Justin going to lose his cool in bad situations or big events?
No, I've not seen that.
Can I speak to my client for a moment? Yes, sir.
No questions.
No questions.
Nick?
I was wondering how long it was, and then you said 18 years in OCU, so
Yes, sir.
I guess that's how long me and you have known each other.
Correct.
And we've worked a lot together.
Correct.
First, just a random question, and then I just have a few questions. What percentage of the people that you interact with, citizen-wise, civilians, or have armed secret weapons on them?
What I was is mainly plainclothes, and I wasn't in a marked unit. And I went out every day driving around looking for that kind of activity, especially I was in narcotics and on a CAT team. I was an eyeball, so I would go out and spot for the marked units, and it was, I'd say 80%, 70 to 80%.
A large number.
Large number.
We actually worked at OCU together for a couple of years, right?
Correct.
Remember I was over
Yes.
there?
Oh, yes, sir.
And we worked with some pretty hard people, didn't we?
Yes, sir.
Some sort of old school people.
Very old.
So harsh language,
Yes.
wasn't always polite.
Nope.
They were demanding,
Correct.
some crazy talking.
There was.
Do you remember talking to everybody before the operation? I'm not saying go lay your hands on an MFer, but if you lay your hands on an MFer, lay your hands on an MFer. Sound like something maybe you've heard before?
Rule of thumb has always been if you lay your hands on somebody, you have to lay your hands on them, they need to go to jail.
but I don't remember any sort of meeting in which it was said you have somebody on the ground, soccer kick them in the head.
No. No.
That's beyond hard.
Yes,
That'd be wrong,
correct.
even for those guys, those hard guys.
Yes,
I don't remember a meeting in which they said, if you see excessive force, ignore it.
no, you did not know.
That would never be said.
No.
I don't remember a meeting where they say if somebody's injured, don't tell medical personnel about what happened to them.
No.
That would be beyond hard.
Yes,
That'd be wrong.
correct.
And do you believe officers should be accountable, should be held accountable for excessive force?
Correct, yes,
Do you believe they should be held accountable if they have the opportunity and don't intervene and stop other officers?
I'm sorry, yes,
And you've lived by that now for, you said 32 years?
yes, sir.
Congratulations on your retirement.
Thank you.
Jack.
I'm really thankful, Mr. Paul, for going into these areas, because I also know you to be that kind of person. But more importantly, you're not on trial for second-degree murder. Justin Smith is.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna go through Mr. Hagerman's list. So some of them are not polite. Some of them are old school. He asked you those questions, right?
Correct, yes,
About meetings he apparently was in, and you apparently were in.
yes,
Is Justin Smith polite?
yes.
In fact, is Justin Smith new school or old school?
He's new school.
That's right. He's not old school, is
No.
he? And the one thing you know about Justin Smith is if he saw someone like Emmett Martin soccer kick someone in the head like you've seen on the video, Justin Smith would be the first one to report him, wouldn't he?
Yes,
Justin Smith would be the first person to stop him, wouldn't he?
yes,
You would bet your reputation on the fact that Justin Smith would have stopped Emmett Martin if he could see it.
yes.
Thank you.
Anything else to this witness?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so those are all the questions. If I can have the attorney's approach. Stand in the circle, raise your right hand, be sworn by the judge. Certain solemnly swear affirm testimony you give today will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right. Please have a seat.
Hello, could you please state your first name and last name for the court reporter record?
First name Mark Woch, last name Wochecki, C-K-I.
What do you do for a living?
I am the missions pastor and church administrator at my church, Bartlett Hills Baptist Church.
And how long you been doing that?
Over 2.5 years.
Before that job, what did you do for a living?
For over 25 years, I was a law enforcement officer with the City of Memphis Police Department. I retired as a lieutenant in charge of basic training at the Memphis Police Academy.
Okay, I was going to ask you what your different assignments were at the Memphis Police Department.
Years there.
And what did you train there?
I trained basic training,
all of the basic police uniform patrol training for all the new recruits, in addition to defensive tactics, taking people into custody. I supervised every recruit.
Okay. And you did that for how long? You may have said it. Forgive me if you did.
2 years.
Before that, what did you do at the Memphis Police Department?
For approximately 2 years, I was in charge of the criminal apprehension team at the organized crime unit.
What years was that?
That was 2019 through January 21.
Okay. And before that, what did you do?
I was a supervisor in uniform patrol at Old Allen Alpha shift, midnight shift, for 1 year.
When did you first, do you know Justin Smith?
Justin Smith was.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sir. Justin,
I'm
sorry.
How many times you testified in court? About 1,000?
It's been a while. I've kind of forgotten a few things.
You're back
yes,
in
sir.
the preaching business now.
That's right. Yes, sir.
All right. When did you first meet Justin Smith?
Justin Smith was assigned to my unit in, I believe, August of 2020.
And then we are here, of course, about an arrest that occurred in January 7th of 2023. So when he came to your unit, was that Cat Team 1, Cat Team 2? What was it?
That was Cat Team 1.
And did it get its name changed at some point?
After I left, about a year or so after I left, it evolved into or changed into what they call the Scorpion unit now.
Will it be safe to say that if we refer to the Cat Team 1 or Scorpion Team 1, it is in effect much the same thing?
Very similar.
Okay. And when you were in charge of Cat Team 1, was Justin Smith one of your officers?
Yes, sir.
Describe what Justin Smith's reputation was within organized crime when you were there.
Justin Smith was a highly professional, proficient, dedicated officer. He was the kind of officer you'd want living right next door to you.
What's your personal opinion of Justin Smith?
He's an honorable, professional, dedicated man and husband of God.
All right. And over there in the Cat Team and Scorpion Team, y'all dealt with very dangerous customers, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And it takes a special kind of police officer to, number one, keep themselves safe, keep the other officers safe, and keep the situation under control. Could you tell this jury about how Justin Smith that mold?
So when I was in charge of the Cat Team, every day we'd have some kind of training of going over how to take suspects into custody, how to do things such as search warrants where there's guns, weapons, drugs, money involved. We'd go over the procedures, we'd go over safety, and we'd go over how to take people safely into custody.
And how did Justin Smith do in that environment?
I observed Justin directly, and there have been several times that we took into custody with minimal incident, because what we want to make sure we take people into custody that are supposedly, accused of crimes with the least amount of force necessary to accomplish those duties.
Is that how Justin Smith did his job?
Absolutely.
Do you have any reason to believe that Justin changed the way he was doing his job after you left?
No, sir. In fact, there were several times Justin Smith had came out to the training academy for specialized training to get better at his job.
I'd like you to share with the jury about your experience with OC spray in the eyes, how to take someone in with Justin Smith.
So let's go way back to 1999.
myself and a couple of other officers, Dwight Mann and Greg McGoy, we had to take a domestic violence suspect into custody. And he was bigger than all of us, and he really didn't want to go. And I took control of him, and I tried to wrestle his hands behind his back. And Dwight Mann tried to spray the suspect, and he ended up with just OC, which is oleoresin capsaicin, not the OCCS 5.5% that they have now. That was back when they had the 1%. So this stuff is like 5.5 times stronger than they use now than they used back then. And I mean, it knocked me. It really knocked me for a loop. I could only think about keeping this guy's hands, this guy's arms secure. I couldn't figure out what else was going on.
Let me fast forward a little bit. Have you been out on operations with Justin Smith?
Absolutely.
Have you seen Justin Smith take people into custody?
I've taken people into custody with
That was
Justin
what I was
Smith.
asking you. My actual question was, tell us about the time you took people into custody with Justin Smith.
So there was one time it was up around Chelsea and the interstate. And we had a suspect who had felony warrants. And we got him out of the car, and he struggled and he ran away from us. And we took him to the ground.
Who's we?
Justin Smith, myself, Desmond Mills. I had the suspect's right hand. Justin had his left hand, and Desmond had his legs. And we wrestled his arms to the back and took him into custody. We then took him to the hospital, make sure he wasn't injured, and took him into 201 Poppy.
What rank were you?
Lieutenant.
So as a lieutenant, you're on the ground with a suspect. Was the suspect as big as I am?
A little bit bigger. About your build, just probably about 2 inches taller.
Took 3 of you?
3 of us, yes.
Okay. Now, you've got children, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Would you trust Justin Smith to arrest your children?
Absolutely.
Even if they were guilty of a violent crime?
Especially if they were guilty of a violent crime, because I know that what Justin would do, he would operate on the facts, and he would do what he does, do his job as efficiently, as safely as possible. And if that meant using force, he would be able to explain why he used force.
Is Justin going to cover up for anybody else?
Absolutely not.
Is he going to lie?
No, that's not in his character.
Is he capable of abusing a suspect? Is he capable of abusing a suspect to your knowledge?
That's, from my knowledge of Justin Smith, that's not in his nature.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Oh, nothing, nothing, you know.
Nothing.
All right, State.
We had another witness come in here and talk about what somebody's capable of or not, but you would agree with me that people are capable of a lot of things.
Capable is one thing.
Exactly.
In their nature is a different thing.
I think that's probably why you corrected the question, right?
Yeah, I mean, we can all be capable of things, but this is not in Justin's nature.
We can all be capable of things, and for that reason, we all disappoint each other, or can disappoint each other, right?
I follow.
That's correct, right?
Yeah, we can.
Justice appoint us. If Justin were to see excessive force and not intervene, do you believe he should be held accountable?
If he were to see it, and that's the key in my mind, is to see. I've been pepper sprayed. I know what it does.
To take part in it, see it, should he be held accountable?
If he were to have
willingly taken part and knowingly taken part, then yes. But if his perception is diminished for certain things, if his goal is to get the guy's hand behind his back, I mean, I from myself, I would be concerned about getting the guy's hands behind his back. If I didn't see it or whatever, if I've been sprayed, I might not see it. That's more than likely I wouldn't see it.
And again, and I've asked you 3 times now, and I've said each time, if he saw it, or if you want to put yourself in there, if you saw it. If you saw another officer soccer kicking somebody in the head, and you didn't intervene, do you believe that you should be held accountable? Throwing haymakers at somebody's head while he was defenseless, do you believe you should be held accountable?
And I did nothing about it?
Exactly.
Yes.
If you didn't even say stop. If you withheld medical information from first responders about that same person, the one that had been kicked or thrown haymakers, if you saw it, do you believe you should be held responsible, accountable?
If I saw it
Yes.
and I knew that it had happened
Yes.
and I said nothing about it,
Yes.
then I should be held accountable.
You finished?
Yes.
It may be the Southern Baptist pastor coming out to you, but you use the word nature. Justin Smith's nature. Right?
Yes.
What is Justin Smith's nature when it comes to dealing with other people?
Justin Smith's nature,
That's right.
his character, his nature, his person, who he is, he got into police work to help people.
So knowing what his nature is and having seen the videos that all of us have seen, did Justin Smith see those haymakers?
Your Honor, it just calls for absolute speculation.
Knowing Justin as you know him, would he ever withhold medical treatment from someone?
Absolutely not.
Anything else of this witness?
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, thank you, sir. Those are all the questions. Sit down.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Perry, does the defense wish to present any additional proof?
No, Your Honor.
Stengel, does the defense wish to present any additional proof?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Zuma?
No, Your Honor.
All right, having that been said, ladies and gentlemen, the defense, the attorneys for each of the defendants has now rested their case. That's going to conclude the proof of the defense case in chief for each respective defendant. State, do you anticipate presenting any rebuttal proof? So you have now received the proof for your consideration. It's still not time begin to think about or deliberate on the matter. The court is going to give you the law when we meet up next time. At that point, the attorney should be able to give their closing arguments. Once we go through those processes, the 12 jurors that are expected to deliberate will be selected at that time. So at that time, it's important that you do not discuss the case, allow anybody to discuss it with you. Please leave your notepads in your chairs, and we'll go ahead and excuse you at this time. parties have a chance to review the videos. If there's any videos that were supposed to be redacted, we make sure that those are redacted. Well, there's the training videos that.
We have started with councils doing that.
All right. With regard to motions, Vince, do you want to proceed with your motions at this time? Do you want to proceed with motions?
Um, 2 minute conversation. You know, on behalf of Darius Bean, at this time, I would do my motion for direction verdict or motion for a verdict of acquittal based on what was stated previously.
Judge, before we go forward, may we all approach?
Yeah.
We had previously, for all intents and purposes, formally closed prior to closing all proof. It obviously was not brought to the attention that any of the defendants wanted to testify, but for purposes of the record, we can go ahead and we'll start with Mr. Perry if you want to bring your listening.
We have everybody.
Sir, raise your hand. If you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give today will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
All right, glad to see you, sir.
See, John, thank you. Please state and spell your first and last.
ARRIUS. Bean, BEAN.
Mr. Bean, you've been present at all of the hearings and proceedings regarding this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in addition to those proceedings that have been inside the courtroom, you've been, in my presence, in my office, 100 number of questions and have been actively involved in your case, right?
Yes, sir.
And through that time, you found that we've discussed and we've received information. We've gone through those documents together, videos, et cetera, right?
Yes, sir.
And at this time, pretty previously, I have advised you of your constitutional rights regarding the ability to testify and your desire to record. Correct?
Yes, sir.
And at basic time, you are typically the court, are you want to testify on your own behalf, or are you satisfied without you having testified?
I am satisfied with going forward without me testifying.
And you realize that you have an absolute constitutional right to sit there and answer questions and be cross-examined by them, you so desire, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it is your educated and well-expressed right at this time to go forward with this case without having taken a stand in front of the jury of your own. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you have any reservations regarding that right? In other words, am I pressuring you, or is this on your own accord?
No, sir, this is my own accord.
And you understand those rights fully?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any sort of desire at this point for me to ask any questions to the judge to be explained to you regarding that right?
No, sir.
Sir, do you have any questions for the court about your right to testify or the right not to testify?
No, sir.
All right, sir. If that, as we go ahead and include proof, if that decision changes, sir, you need to make sure you let your attorney know before we close today.
Yes, sir. I got you.
Thanks, sir. All right. Mr. Stengel, you want to go?
I called you as Tyre.
So you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth and nothing but the truth to help you God. Yes, sir. All right, that's easy.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you state and spell your first and last name for the record, please?
Yes, sir. Demetrius Haley, Demetrius, last name Haley, Haley.
And Mr. Haley, how long have I been representing you with regard to the January 7th, 2023 arrest of Tyre Nichols?
Since 2023, January 7th, 8th. Since the beginning.
For a couple of years from the very beginning, correct. And Mr. Leffler's been involved for a substantial portion of that, correct?
Yes, sir.
And have you been present for the entire trial here in state court?
Yes, sir.
10 days, including the portion of it in. And you've met dozens of Leffler, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we thoroughly discussed this prosecution of you during our meeting.
Yes, sir.
And have you had a chance to review the discovery?
Yes, sir.
Have you, Leffler, all of the questions you have had regarding this case?
Yes, sir.
And have we discussed, amongst other things, that you have a constitutional right to testify in this case if you want to?
Yes, sir.
Have we also discussed the fact that you have a constitutional right not to testify?
Yes, sir.
And have we discussed the fact that there are pros and cons of both choices, correct?
Correct.
Potential pros and cons.
Yes, sir.
And we discussed the fact that the decision is yours.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you discussed regarding the decision with me and Mr. Leffler?
Yes, I have.
Have you had enough time to discuss that matter with me and Mr. Leffler?
Yes,
You're
I have.
comfortable with your decision?
Yes, I have.
And what is your decision regarding testifying in this case?
My decision is to not to testify.
Do you have any hesitation in that decision at all?
No, sir.
That's all I have.
Sir, do you have any questions for the court or your attorney about your right to testify or your right not to testify?
No, sir.
All right, so you can step down.
this one again.
Pretty sure. Here's the help you got.
Yes, sir.
That's it.
Please state your full name for the record.
Name is Justin Smith. Justi.
Involved with me and my office throughout this criminal prosecution since the date the indictment came down on you. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You met with me, you've met with experts, your family's met with me. Have there been any questions that you have regarding trial strategy, trial tactics, witnesses that have gone unanswered?
No, sir.
As of today, with all the proof having been rested, was there any proof that you desired to be put on that wasn't put on?
No, sir.
And did I explain to you and your constitutional right to testify on your own behalf? Have I gone through that with you a number of times?
Yes.
Did you consult with your family, pray about it, etc.?
Yes, sir.
And, well, by the way, what kind of education you got? What level of education?
Bachelor, college bachelor degree.
And based upon all that, your involvement with me, the witnesses, the experts, and having gone through all of the proceedings with me, do you wish to testify in your own defense in this case?
No, I do not.
And do you have any questions that the court may be able to answer for you or shed any?
Not at this time.
Yeah, that's all I have.
All right, Mr. Smith, so you said now it's time, sir, one down from that time is going to be over. So I just want to make sure, do you have any questions about your right to testify or right not to testify?
I apologize. No, sir, I don't. I do not.
All right, so you can step down and go back to your seat.
Thank you.
All right. Now, at the moment I say minutes at the time, we're going to go ahead and pick up the motion for judgment of acquittal. We will go over the jury instructions. We'll take up those motions. Looking at the time, we're going to go ahead and adjourn at this time. We will come back. The court will send you the jury instructions via email. You all can look over those. But we will come back at 9 a.m. to go through the jury charge as well as closing arguments.
Judge, is it 9 a.m. tomorrow?
9 a.m. Monday morning.
All rise. Court stands adjourned until Monday morning, 9 a.m.
Yeah.